How are we? Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. How are we, people? It's Monday, shit day, but we are here. How are we? Let's have a look here. We got Justice Jane, Justice for John O'Keefe. There you go. Absolutely agree with you. Justice for John O'Keefe, even though I think we are in different camps, but we still have the same goal of justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely. There you go, Mexi Texi. Look at her. She's on fire. Mexi Texi, she's on fire. Right, let me pin that. Pin that for Mexi for coffee and PayPal. Absolutely. I've got to pin it now. Press it, pin it up the top. There she is. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men. I don't remember. Something G-Spot, G-Spot, G-Spot. Hey. Laurie Vallow, or jury selection stands for Laurie Vallow today as well. Oh, there you go. So there you go. There's another one going on. Dana Leonard, I have not looked at your message yet, sir. I will look at it now. I was busy in the background, in the back end there for a second. How are you, sir? Hope you're well. Lisa, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you, my darling. There you go, Mexi's in the house. Hey, Deb, how are you? I saw some photos. I've not seen a lot of photos yet. I need to go back and look at photos, but I certainly saw your photo, Deb, looking smashing there in your pink t-shirt. Hope you're well. I've not seen pictures of Robin G yet. Were you out there, Robin? Did you go out? I haven't seen the pictures yet. I need to go through Resist the Silence to see all the pictures. Brenda Sweeney sent me loads of pictures, and obviously I saw one of Deb's on Facebook as well. So there you go. There you go. Hey Dana, hey Maxi. Tracy V. Now Tracy V always puts photos up. Have you put any photos up on Resist the Silence? I need to go through and have a look at all the photos, Tracy V. Hope you're well, my darling. There you go. Robin G was there. She was out there representing as always. I will look forward to seeing all the photos later on. There were so many photos. It was just intense, like a wall. I was just like, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for a couple of days and then wait for them all to go up and then go through them, you know, because people post them in all the groups and then they come up on my page. So today, tomorrow, I'll go through Resistance to Silence and I'll go through all the photos. So there's loads of photos. It looks brilliant. It looks amazing. It looks amazing. Hey, Rhode Island. Hey, Tracy V. New Bedford standout. There you go. I find you. Don't you worry about that. I find you. You can't hide from me. You're the one with the horse chasing all the men. I know. Easy to find, Robin. Just need to look for a horse. Then Robin G's on it, and then see all the men riding through the glen. Robin G always represented. There you go. Hey, Deb. Good morning, Keith. Keith. How are you, sir? Hope you're well as well. Oh, man. I say, man, I feel like a woman. I'm driving to the courthouse. Oh, by the courthouse in a minute to see if anything is going on with the buffer. There you go. Report back, Lisa. Report back, my darling. Let us know how we're looking. How it's looking. There you go. There you go. Robin loves it. Maxi, Texi, Lisa. Good morning, Rhode Island. So I was a bit late because I had a bit of a practice guinea pig with an anonymous person this morning. So they will be helping me when I'm out in Boston in May. They'll be helping me make sure the trial, because when I'm in Boston, I can't. I won't be able to go live. So I've got an anonymous person who I won't be saying who their names are because you can't shout at them then if they fuck up. And they won't fuck up. But we were just practicing, so they're going to be pressing live every morning for when I'm down with boots on the ground. So let's fucking go. Oh, you'll be there tomorrow. Happy day. Did you get a hold of Dennis as well? I hope you got hold of Dennis. I know you're going to be there super early anyway. Dennis is there like 6 o'clock in the morning, so I know you'll be there not long after, I don't think. Happy days, Lisa. Let us know. Tracy V, there you go. Hey, Dawn. Guess who's back? Back again. Dawn is back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Dawn is back. Another one. She's just completing her videos. Sexy. Lisa Reed is. How are we doing, Lisa Reed? Nice to see you, my darling. Lisa's Dana's always listening, but hasn't been able to be in chat lately. But she's back. She's making a comeback now. We always love Lisa reading chat. How are you doing, my darling? Hi, Dawn. There you go, Dawn. Love to see you, my darling. It is. I'll see you for a while. Hello. Dennis and Dina are always the first one to yes, but Dina won't be anymore. Dina's working every morning. But I did get hold of Tracy, so I'm all set. Happy days. There you go. As long as you got hold of somebody, that's the main thing. That's the main thing. Well, Dawn, I hope you're feeling much better, my darling. You've been missed. I hope you're feeling better. We always love to see you, as always. So when we see all names coming back in, it's always refreshing to see that you're all still around. So thank you for being here, or thank you for popping in. So today, there's going to be this slight change of plans, people. Slight change of plans being. I will be, Lisa. I think it's like 6 weeks. 6 weeks I'll be there. I think 6.5 weeks. It's going to fly by, Lisa. I'm telling you, fly by. So today we're only doing day 20, right? Recapping. Tomorrow we're going live with Resistance. So from tomorrow onwards, we are doing a joint stream with Resistance Silence. So we can see every morning, the hour in the morning and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll see Deb on stream and stuff like that. We'll see everybody that's down there. Tracy's going to be there tomorrow. And then what we'll do, because we can't see inside the courthouse, I'll play the recaps every day. So tomorrow we'll play day 21 and stuff like that. So if anything happens during lunchtime and they come out, I can pause it and Tracy can go live. Or if it's Dana down there, or Dina, or Erica, or Kurt, or the Three Knees, or whoever. So bing bang bosh. That's the plan to do that. That'll take us into next week, next Thursday, next Friday, I think. So we got 2 weeks of content. So every day, every morning, as long as someone's there on behalf of Resistance to Silence, we will be live every morning for an hour just to show you what's going on. But obviously, we can't go live in the courthouse. So awesome, absolutely. Baseball Dad, hello, sir. Nice to see you, buddy. How are you? Yay, there you go, Deb. You'll be on TV tomorrow. You'll be on TV. Make sure you grab Tracy and we'll be, hey, Deb, Rhode Island's on fire. Dana's got sorted. So basically, if it doesn't work, it's all Dana's fault. So let's just remember that. I'm joking. Well, half joking. We'll still blame Dana, even if it's not his fault. Say hi to us tomorrow, Deb. There you go. Hey, Dana. I will, Lisa. Love El Chatty. Absolutely. There you go. Young forever. Oops. Young forever. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Lisa Reed, hi. You ass. I know. I am an ass. So, right. So there's that. Christine Fortunato. How are you, my darling? Member for 19 months. How are you? Hope you're well, Christine. So, today we got the data analysts, whatever you call it, lab people, and then we got Bukkake starting today, and tomorrow we'll have Bukkake as well. So yeah, that's the plan anyway. So we'll be covering boots on the ground every morning for an hour at least, and then who knows? Will trials now start before the 28th, or will it be the 28th? I don't know. If you know, let me know, because I don't know. Tracy V, I know it's not supposed to. They're supposed to have a meeting on the 25th, hearing on the 25th. But if they select the jury before then, will they go early? I have no idea. But so if boots on the ground find out, or if anybody finds out, let us know, because I ain't got a clue. So tomorrow, I love you tomorrow. Tomorrow, it was, I don't think it was Jen. I think it was what's the name? Julia, not Julia. Julie was. Julie Albert, it was. Bukkake, she said. Hey, Dana. So the plan is, we're going to take it easy anyway. So the plan is, hey, James, how are you doing, sir? So good news, if people want to know the good news before we start, good news is, obviously we're doing the joint stream with Resistance Silence, but also, do you know, I went to the doctors last Wednesday and I said, oh, they're chasing up for sleep apnea. Friday, I got a phone call saying, yeah, you've got severe sleep apnea. And then tomorrow, I'm going in to get my machine. So I'm going into my machine tomorrow in hospital, tomorrow morning. So well, I think I'm getting a machine. I've got a meeting tomorrow in the hospital, so I presume I'm getting a machine. I hope so. Anyway, I think they said you need the machine for a week and then you bring it back and then stuff like that. So I should be back in time for the stream tomorrow. If not, then I got other plans. Someone will go live for us and stuff like that. So don't worry, there'll be some sort of live. You might not see me, but we will be live with Tracy. But I should be back in time. So that's good news. I hope that works, because they phoned me up and said, yeah, you scored 60 whatever, 68 or whatever it was. And they were like, yeah, you got severe sleep apnea. I was like, fucking tell me. I fucking know. I fucking know, sir. And he was like, right, you can wait a couple of weeks and we'll have a letter out for you. I was like, you said that last time. And I'm going to America. So I told him I was going to America in a couple of weeks. And he goes, oh, cheapers. Oh, all right, we got to get you in before that. A couple of hours later, this sweet young lady phoned me and said, are you free to come in on Tuesday? I was like, absolutely, my darling. Absolutely. So I'm going in on Tuesday morning. Well, I had the option of going in at like 11:15 or 6 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night. I was like, I'm not going at night. I'm in the middle of streaming. So so yeah. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I will have my machine. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But until I get it and until I know what's happening, I'm still dubious as always. So fingers crossed. I know. Hopefully, about time. I know. Tracy's there tomorrow. Tracy's there tomorrow. Hey, Lisa Reed, happy. Thank you, my darling. I'm going to miss you this time around the land. I'm going to be streaming with my best friend. No worries at all. It's all gravy, beautiful, and appropriate. There you go, my darling. I hope you're well as well. I hope you're doing okay, my darling. As I say, there's going to be a fucking probably a minimum of 200 streams going. So, select your streams, people. It's all good. We all try and offer different things. Do you know what I mean? So I think I'm moving in the right direction for you. And thank you, my darling. I appreciate that. I've only got a endoscope and ultrasound to go, and then yeah, it's one thing after another, isn't it? But anyway, we're on the right path, and I'm super excited for the next couple of weeks being able to stream with Resisting the Silence as well. So yeah, it's a lot going on, people. There's a lot going on. So that's why I'm cutting it down to one day, and I'm going to be playing at 1.25. So 1 day each recap every day. So that should take us 20 to 1, 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8 to 9, or to next Friday, and maybe the Monday afterwards. Hang on, what date is that? Hang on, we get a date here. It might take us to the 14th, 15th, depending on the jury gets selected. And then we'll have a little bit of a lull of a couple of weeks then before trial. So I'm not sure what we can do for that. I don't know. And we'll figure something out. Right. Let's get this stream ready. You're not all here to listen to me speak. Right. There's that. Oh. There you go. That's where we're at. And then, also, I think today it's got some ads on it, but as of tomorrow, I don't think we're going to do ads anymore for a while until after Karen Reed stream, unless whenever I do a joint stream, there won't be any ads on. So next few weeks there'll be no ads or anything. So, and then once we do the Karen Reed trial, there'll be no ads either. Right. Here we go, everybody. We're back with Ashley Valley. Now, I'll be honest with you, I like her. I'm not sure which one I don't like, but it wasn't this one. I like this one.
And next later, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. After this, review those.
I don't think there will be, Robin, if I'm being honest. Good Friday, and you've got the Monday, the 21st. There won't be for sure. There won't be for sure. I presume there won't be. Is it a state holiday? Good Friday. Here in the UK, everyone's off on Friday and Monday, so UK time. So actually, I don't know how it works in America. So, but yeah, definitely on the Monday 21st you're off, but then the 18th I don't know. Keith, loving it. Lazy Di, hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood. Hey, Mr. Laird, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
No.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
Your Honor, for the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
Yes, 332 and 333 skipped over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Yeah.
And Mr. Laird, do you recognize what's up on the screen is that photograph, which is now marked as exhibit 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. Okay, 2061. I apologize. And Mr. Laird, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Laird, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic?
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor. 064. And again, Ms. Laird, what's up on the screen is now been marked as exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Laird, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those and look up to finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel will show him each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce in a minute the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what numbers.
Exhibits 373 through 383, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence back containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
In particular, one of the,
Can you speak up a little, sir?
Yeah.
A little bit slower? Thank you.
in particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 378?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 38?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as exhibit 380, you describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item?
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece, is that fair to say?
The same piece?
Yes.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Blair, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we put the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Blair, if you could explain to the jury again sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers. What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
Right, it's someone's birthday today. I didn't know until just now. Someone is 21 today. Someone's 21. Now, this person doesn't watch this stream, but their father does watch the stream. So I will sing happy birthday because you're an old git now, so I can't. So, Pembrey happy city, Pembrey happy city, Pembrey happy Celia, Pembrey happy city. That is Dana's daughter. She's 21. So Dana, he's 67, and his daughter's 21. There you go, Dana. Happy birthday to Leah. Hope she has an amazing day today. That's brilliant. And as I sing there you go. Dennis Sweeney makes appearance in the chat as well. Keith says happy birthday. Deb says happy birthday. There you go. 67 years old, Dana. You must feel that, well, you are old. So, yeah. You know, Dana's 46 having her. So, fair play to you. You've done well there, Dana. Hanging in there. Happy birthday from Sassy as well. Rhode Island, Dennis, everybody. There you go. I just want to say that. So, happy birthday, Leah. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. Hee Leah. Love it. Right, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this before. And I loved it. I loved the photos Brenda sent me, Dennis. They were wonderful photos, as always. it was great to see the people there. Awesome to see the people there. I need to look at all the other photos now. No worries at all, buddy. No worries at all, buddy. I hope she has a wonderful day today. Right, let's.
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items, keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called the stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question. Very easy, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up. Recognize them.
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute as the next 19 exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
Morning?
Right,
I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
that's fine.
As far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
Oh, do you mean like there was like the taillight and then there were smaller pieces also in the?
Correct.
Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our notes?
Yes.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8¼ inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
It may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Lair, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time. So a mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they if the broken edges align, and if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C? Is that correct as well?
May I look at my
Yes.
Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items, or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that. Is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my... there were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Martin, may we approach, please?
You.
Next, we're turning your attention to item 7-9. You analyzed 3 pieces from that. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You know what, Mr. Land, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces. 7-9.
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was one piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
They were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within that?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
And of those larger pieces, which of those larger pieces were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Ms. Valier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking which specific items made up piece 1?
Correct.
Okay, I can. Okay. Okay, so piece 1 contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then, what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece 1. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the court's permission.
Okay.
Okay, so piece 2 consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then, with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, what, if anything, did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece 3 consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then, as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7, 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little on sort of the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Blair, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
And you could just use the way to point out the very attention where those are in this photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen? What is now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at?
That's still piece 1 from another photos taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 395?
I do.
And what are we looking at in exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So that is piece 2.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 3.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece 4.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 5.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Ms. Blair, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
Or what do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece 1.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
For the jury.
Yes.
Where do you recognize what's now up on the screen has been marked as Exhibit 403?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. Which has now been marked as Exhibit 411.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you. At what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1, piece A, and then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151. And Ms. Ware, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in the testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you. Ms. Ware, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as the physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
May we approach Rob? You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you can just keep your voice up because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
You can go ahead.
Okay.
And again, it's 7-18.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange T-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes,
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Yes,
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic, and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay, and so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, well, I said pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
All right, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange T-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Well, which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19?
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Right. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's an odd question.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is submitted to...
What you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So...
Do you have a record of that?
A record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris, it would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that. Get to where I was.
Take your time, Mr. Yannetti.
Okay, so I want to confirm with you that when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have printed chain of custody.
Sure, if you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay. So. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my question. Thank you. How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Sure. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver-colored apparent plastic, yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Item 7-8,
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay. And that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put
true.
it
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
in. Sure.
Exhibit 435.
Thank you.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is that is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
And that's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show Exhibit 279, please. Which is 3 days, please.
Okay.
Now, Exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference
So
is.
you can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned.
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
Whatever you want to do.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5. Okay, all right. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure. I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Can I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A? Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that have been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates. Okay. Item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to Chico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to move on to item 7-16, which is number 9, Mr. Bates.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Lally?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce
Okay.
it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 436.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I can display Exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
And again, you just identified that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 380, which is 9A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates. Okay. And you would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in Exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah. And finally, if we could show Exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In length, yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there.
Okay.
But I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. And the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last 3 evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
I'm sorry,
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last 3 evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
Now, the taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right, because it's on the corner.
Sure. Yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later, once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing? Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates, you would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay. But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that hole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. We saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Green Hartnett.
This is ready. Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your view, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, is that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Mr. Lally, you are all set. Thank you very much.
All rise to the court, please.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. It's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work then?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive in regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from there?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace, arson, and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
A forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to starting in general terms with the trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done within that unit.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace, arson, and explosives unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries for what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
And was your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Now, are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in TRACE, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes, and then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to, you mentioned you have a variety of sort of subdisciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index, refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, how was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges, and that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes, you can use your notes.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass, with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the Grimm instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note during your initial examination of them, and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopically?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the GRIM instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with the terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so two of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used a term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So the the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange T-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and referred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not sure. I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight, portions that were clear and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what if any instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment, and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the Graham and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes.
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just for those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic, as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight, item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions now.
Right? Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you look inside our vouchers?
So I've tried to make some emojis, but they seem to be like crap because it's too small. But there are emojis there that I've made for members, so they seem to be quite small though. So I don't know why. I don't know why. Let's get it on. Hello to everybody that's made it. Today is the day when two become one. Can't find the stream. Where? Can't find the bloody stream. Where's it gone? I want to do a zoom, but I can't. I can't find it. I found it.
Your Honor, may I approach magistrate for just a moment? Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Henry.
Good morning. Yeah.
I'd like to show you
Oh, fuck, wrong me.
this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as EV, as in Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes. It appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized.
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the event memorialized.
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay, and my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy, as best you can maintain it, to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of VB as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you at side.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of,
I compared 3-2 to 7-12 and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try, if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Buchnick at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items just had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column, visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
public school education. Under 712, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
so the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor. Just
So I'm going to see Councilor Tadbar for just a minute on this.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. So the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F.
It's like going to friggin' primary school again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Custard. I don't want a custard donut. I don't want a custard donut. You're right, James. They're quite nice. Well, I just want to play you this because whilst I remember Dennis Sweeney, it's a video from yesterday. I love this. I'm going to incorporate this into the stream somehow. Love this video. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Here we go. Look at this. That's amazing. I love this. Look at that from yesterday. How amazing is that? Look at Dennis. I can see Dennis. Dennis is there. How amazing is that? That's amazing. Obviously, there's loads of stuff there, but I just saw this on Facebook, the video, and I thought I'd play it one more time. Look at all that. Look at that crowd. There you go. Amazeballs. Amazing grace. There you go. Right, back to the schlongs there. Back to the trial. Ha, ha, ha. Thank you, Robin. I will take a look now, my darling. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, Robin. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men cannot find Robin cheese bar. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, why would it play? There you go.
I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by
Properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at my
Yes.
notes?
Sure, I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
Yes, they did put one in, but the Commonwealth are like, well, we don't see the point of it. Why do we want one? Duh. And Jack was like, yeah, Brandon, shut up. You weren't here last time. This is the exact reason we need a demonstrative, because it's also confusing to the jury. Yes, this is exactly why the motion is put in. I don't think she's ruled on it. Don't think so. We'll see. We'll see. Is it? I've given up on it, and we can go back and forward. And I've given up on it. What are the jury going to say? Keith is about to say, "Hey man." Jeez, I nearly lost my voice there. Da 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 da, riding through the glare, Robin G, chasing all the men. Oops.
E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
I did examine, I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3,
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyzed that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also used the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis.
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 7-14, correct?
They were found to be consistent. sorry, they are found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay. So, importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 714, that single piece of glass, to the cup. We found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the fourth column, 714, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 712, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 714 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay. You want to show Mr. Lally what you have?
Sure. I'm looking for the one that was already labeled, and I don't have it. May I approach the magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
No, I do.
Can I borrow that from the court? Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what. I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what.
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand. My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? Where the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match.
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, the single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you. We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So
That's all I want.
take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
Hello, Huckster. This is why it's all confusing. Like, everyone's confused right now. This is why they have to bring a demonstrative in. Everyone's fucking confused. Sent the birthday clip to my daughter. She said, "Thank you, Dylan." Oh, no worries at all. My pleasure, Dina. You know that. And everyone who would wish her a happy birthday. So those of you who didn't wish her a happy birthday, do one. There you go. So there you go. So happy birthday again to Leah. They got to make it this simpler. This is bring the monsters within as they want, the chalk, whatever it is, anything to make it easier. Fuck, you know. Right.
Between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you, Scott. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing, any piece on that bumper matched.
Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole.
Yeah, Dana's daughter Leah is birthday today. She's 21. So yeah, happy birthday again to Leah. Oh
There's a
shit!
single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly at, under 714, correct? The only one.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Correct.
And Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as a comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerned, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my
Go ahead
report.
and you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes,
Found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
So,
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
so Bukaki is on next, and I think he's on all day tomorrow as well. So, yeah, so he's on for the rest of today and all day tomorrow. Just because James is here and there's a few other people just come in, just so you know, what we're going to do now is only play one day each day, and then tomorrow we're starting our trial collaboration with Resist the Silence. So we will be going live at 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll spend an hour with boots on the ground and all them out there, seeing all them, seeing Karen arrive. Then what we'll do is, because we can't see the court, we will play trial each day. So tomorrow will be day 21, and we'll continue to do that. That should take us on to like the 14th or 15th of April. And every morning we will go live and see boots on the ground, and if there's any movement at all, I'm sure boots on the ground will go live with us. They'll be there, and we can see outside. We can talk to the boots as well and stuff. So that's the plan. So to be live like 4 or 5 hours most days with Resist the Silence. So them and us. Again, starting tomorrow. I think there's ads on for today, but tomorrow there won't be any ads or anything when we're doing joint stuff with them. So, and then I don't know if if the trial start on the 28th or if it'll start before then. I know they said there'll be a hearing on the 25th of April, but I have no idea if now the First District Court have denied their appeal to everything, that they may start earlier. I have no idea. I don't think anyone knows yet. So I would be surprised if they start before the 28th now, though. So, so yeah, there might be a few days, a week and a half, then where we're like scratching our balls, going, shit, what are we gonna do? But we'll still go live every morning anyway with boots on the ground. We won't be allowed to stream inside. I think we might be able to stream the first like 5 minutes when she goes, "Good morning, Mr. Yannetti, good morning," you know, all that crap, Mr. Jackson, all that. Because normally they did that, and then they went blanket off. Then they were just like, no, you couldn't go see the rest of it. So I think that'll be exactly the same. So yeah, we'll still be live. We'll still have boots on, and you know, if people are, Tracy's there tomorrow, so we love Tracy, so she'll be there tomorrow, and then hopefully it'll be some of there most days. So yeah, so we'll see. We've got a Hackster in the house, Josie's in the house. Here they are. Yeah, so there we are. That's the update. That's the only other update. I'm hopefully, fingers crossed, I get my CPAP machine tomorrow. So that's the only other update. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to hospital. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I get that ready for Boston, baby. So it will be good. It will be good to refresh your memory before trial 2. Yeah, I'm learning. Like, obviously, I'll be honest with you. Thursday and today, so far, I've been bored. You know, I don't get it. You know, it's too confusing, but I do like all the other witnesses. I struggled Thursday, I struggled massively, and I struggled this morning as well. Not to say they did anything wrong, it's just like, I don't get it. I don't understand this, just too complicated. So, seeing Bukaki now for the next, like, I think he's on stand for the next day and a half, I think. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Oh, right. Oh, jeepers. Let's see Bukaki then. Be good if I can press play, wouldn't it? If I find it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Oh, I also should say, I know most of you know anyway, Laurie Varlow, her due instruction is her jury selection starts today as well, or tomorrow, today I think. Her trial starts on the 7th. I'm not covering it because it will go into the current retrial. So, but there will be other people covering it, I'm sure. So if you do want to follow 2 trials, like I'm looking at you, Erin Hack, and a few others of you might want to watch that as well. I know you're into it, so there you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanek, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor, on-call responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So, for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
And that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and then advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well,
That's correct.
you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrived at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. That's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Lally. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, does the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, so yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
And so I'm sorry, Sergeant McCann, when you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in a condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were they?
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and/or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secured in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is...
I'll allow it. I'll
What?
allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. And that procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what, if any, recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being the bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Did he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who are the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does, as a unit commander, to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you mentioned that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Sure. Over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective Unit?
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep. So just your observation. So the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a...
Objection.
Yeah. So we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Based on your training experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah. I'll see you at sidebar here.
Okay there. Brooklyn, what's the whole commotion that this trial does not start tomorrow? Trial does not start. It could take 4 weeks. Jury selection could take 10 weeks. Jury selection could take 8 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Who knows how? It could take 2 weeks. We don't know. It's scheduled to start end of April, beginning of May, but it could be any time. Right, here we go. Zoom. Here we go. Back a little bit. Here we go. The reason they don't show it is because they're all going to do a sidebar as well. They're taken to sidebars with the questions and stuff like that. I think that's why they Like sometimes they do show it, but obviously for here they don't, because I think it's the sensitivity of the questions they're going to be asking, and also because it's such a public trial. I think that's why they're just like, no, we can keep everything indoors as such. But yeah, I do normally like to hear it, but unfortunate.
Hey, John.
Yes.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term to be?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the
Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan and Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
okay? Are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. How many items are we talking about?
4.
Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past 1, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today.
Is that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And, Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but I'm
So-
crystal up.
Okay. All right. So you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right. So let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
I love when people like Alison Miles comes in and says, shame on you, making fun of the Key family. Well, if you've got somebody that has an affair, comes to trial and is drunk, testifying, is willing to cheat on his wife, why wouldn't we make fun of them? It's nothing to do with Officer John O'Keefe or his death. Paul O'Keefe is just a scumbag for cheating on his wife. And he's a scumbag for going to court drunk. So why is that shame on us? Why not, Alison, point that at Paul O'Keefe and the family and say, shame on you for taking the piss on the memory of your brother by turning up to court absolutely drunk, admitting to be drunk, testifying. That is shameful. Absolute shameful for anybody to do that. And to do that in his own brother's murder trial. Absolutely disgusting. And the fact that he was flirting and trying to have an affair during the trial of his brother. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, using the death of his brother to pick up women. So Alison, shut the fuck up with us saying shame on us for making fun of the Key family. We made fun on Paul O'Keefe. He brought that on himself by trying to have an affair and cheating on his own wife, and he was his own brother to try and pick up women. How low can you go? And if you support that, then shame on you for supporting him. So don't come in here and say shame on us for doing that, making fun. We've not made fun at all on the Key family. We're making fun on Paul, and he brought that on himself. So that is not at all what we are doing. So shame on you for supporting him, supporting the fact that he cheats on his wife and uses his brother to pick up women. Shame on you, Alison. There you go, stupid cow. You see, just another one that has no fucking common sense about making fun. We have not made fun once on the O'Keefe family or the memory of Officer John O'Keefe like they have. So yeah, will I make fun of Paul O'Keefe? If it's to do with the fact that he wants to have an affair and cheat on his wife, then yeah, I will be making fun of him. That has nothing to do with the memory of John O'Keefe. So, absolutely true. We want justice for Officer John O'Keefe, and the fact that his brother's a scumbag doesn't mean he gets a pass for that. So, yeah, don't use that as in his misdemeanors and say it's okay to do that. No, it's not. It's not. He should be ashamed of himself for what he did in the memory of his brother. So, do I feel bad making a mockery of him? No. I'll continue to make a mockery of him. I will not say anything bad about the rest of them because rest in peace, Officer John O'Keefe. But yeah, go fuck yourself, Alison. Right. If I could do a soprano thing, I would go, oh man. Hey, Becky.
No objection.
Mr. Lally, why don't you come take the bag? Yes,
Put it back in the bag.
it's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the jury as well.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 438.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from
Yes.
the bag.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. Introduce him, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm going to look.
No objection.
Thank you.
May I approach one at a time? My apologies. Anything with the last item from that set, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
The jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break. Thank you. All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
All right.
Alison knows nothing. Alison's a troll. She comes into different streams just to troll. Alison knows nothing. If anything, Alison's the disgusting one for defending people like Paul and saying that Karen's guilty. All she's interested in saying Karen's guilty, blah, blah, blah. Change your record, Alison. Alison knows fuck all. Alison Miles is not her real name either. Multiple accounts. Right, here we go. Lunch done. We've got another couple of hours to go with Bukaki.
Sergeant Buchanan.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilized for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing. And he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the Crime Scene Services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from Crime Scene Services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when Crime Scene Services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you want to approach the witness?
Yes. Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
And so Sergeant Mechanic just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs is that a fair knack of a trailer which you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th.
Yes, it is.
You want to approach again?
Yes.
You're on the Commonwealth seek to introduce in the minute.
All right. So there's no objection, right? All right. So, folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and or acceptance.
Photograph 2866.
Warning, I know most of you have seen these pictures before, but just in case, just a warning, obviously, you might want to look away if you are inclined to do and don't want to see pictures of John.
And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if we could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, can I photograph 2857? Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now marked as Exhibit 442.
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this photo.
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions, and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now marked as Exhibit 443.
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his way?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle, so even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway, or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went into the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
So when you proceed inside the home and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you standing? Are you seated? Or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table, if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with, who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And prior
Do I need to give an instructions to Riley? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute? The reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's a conversation. Your decisions to sort of hear.
Conversation. What, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at CF McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from CF McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation in the interview to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regards to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, excuse me, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The device was, the vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, excuse me, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck, and the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home in Dayton?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dayton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm not seeking to do the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those 2 short clips for the jury.
Yes.
Just tell me if you could click on it and then pause when it please. If you could press the mic.
Mr. Lally, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You want to pause right there, please? Now, Sergeant Mechanic, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that is just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dayton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to keep it press play from there. This moment, if you could pause right there. 2 individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are, as far as who they are and from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr.
I'm sorry, I have to run for a second, right? If it is true, which allegedly is true, that she denied Easter. Easter is the ex-FBI agent who's going to testify about how shit the investigation was. She's allowed a meteorologist in that will say the ground was hard when John hit it, or, you know, the ground was hard. She's allowed that person in. She's allowed all of their experts in without a double hearing or any like voir dire or anything. She voir dired and double hearings for Dr. Crosby, Arca, everybody the defense have, and made it sound like, oh, it is very close call to put these experts in, where the experts for the defense, for the prosecution, just let them in. So now they've got an expert to show how an investigation should be conducted, and she denies it. I mean, I'm fed up of it. I'm fed up of people saying she's not biased. I'm fed up of people saying, oh no, she's, you know what, she's a fucking corrupt motherfucker. I'm sorry for my language. I know, actually, I don't apologize for my language. It is stupid. It is, sorry, I've got people sending me stuff now, so I'm just gonna, it is absolutely disgraceful. I don't know. That witness should be let in. She wants to hide the fact that this was such a shit investigation. Oh, thanks, Deb. Yeah, that one I got. I've not actually got the policy as in the motion itself, though. Ted Daniel just posted, so maybe he does. Oh, so maddening. So maddening that she gets away with this time and time again. Here we go, I got it. Right, hang on. Ted Daniels just posted it. Hang on, I got it here. Let me put it up here then. Bear with me 2 seconds. Once I bring it on screen, this is what she says about it. Presents. It's fucking hell. This is what she says. I'm not sure if you can see it that well. I can read it out though. Defendants, right, so this is a memorandum of decision and order on Commonwealth's motion of limine to exclude defendants' expert Michael Easter opinion of the investigation. So defendants have the right to base their defense on the failure of police adequately to investigate in order to raise the issue of reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt in the minds of the jury. That's from Commonwealth v. Finney. Fine. An expert may, when appropriate, be used to support a Bowden defense on matters beyond the common knowledge of the jurors. The role of the expert testimony is to assist jurors in interpreting evidence that lies outside their common experience. Thus, the first foundational element that the proponent of expert testimony must establish is that the testimony will assist the trier of the fact to understand the evidence to determine a fact in issue. Well, that would help them to understand this is a shit show. In support of her Bowden defense, the defendant here seeks to admit expert testimony from Michael Easter, a retired agent of the FBI, to opine on law enforcement's failure to adhere to standard investigative policies and protocols in this case. More specifically, Easter's expert report indicates that he will testify that the investigation in this case was not reliable due to lack of secured crime scene, which it was. Absence of a detailed crime scene log, which there isn't one, or evidence chain of custody, which there wasn't one. The failure to separate witnesses, which they didn't do, and the premature categorization of individuals as witnesses, which they did do, and potentially biased based on the failure to investigate other suspects, which we know now that they were biased, and obtain their cell phone records, which they didn't do. The court cannot find, motherfucker, you cannot find, nor has the defense counsel cited one Massachusetts case. Who gives a fuck? When an expert was permitted to opine on the general competency of a police investigation. The lack of authority suggests that during all the jury trials where the defense has been inadequate, has had inadequate police investigation based on Bowden, expert testimony has not been needed for the jury to be able to evaluate the reliability of the Commonwealth case and whether any failures to identify investigatory steps and are sufficient to create a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt. Motherfucker, just because there's no case doesn't mean that it shouldn't pass there, you motherfucker. Easter's proposed testimony concerns basic aspects of police investigation which are within the common knowledge of a lay person. No, it's not. Lay people don't know about chain of custody and stuff like that. They've no clue. Through zealous cross-examination of police witnesses, a defendant can cast doubt on their motherfucker. So she basically saying cross-examination is enough. Reliability of the investigation by demonstrating how it differed from standard practice and procedures and can raise the issue of potential bias by police action or inaction as counsel did effectively during the first. Oh, motherfucker, don't say they did it effectively the first trial. She's saying that they did it in the first trial so they could do it in the second trial. Oh, my days. Defense is undoubtedly permitted to pursue a Bowden defense, and the court will give the jury a Bowden instruction if requested. However, jurors are perfectly qualified to evaluate the adequacy of the police investigation in this case without the assistance of expert testimony as proffered by the defendant. Order, for the foregoing reasons, the Commonwealth's motion limine to exclude defense expert Michael Easter's opinion in the investigation is allowed. What a mofo. What a mofo. That is, like, if you're a layperson, like, we watch trials and we do all that, so we know about, you know, we sort of know how things should work. If you have never seen a trial, or if you've never seen corruption, or if you've never seen anything wrong with police, at the end of the day, you would believe the police. You would think, oh well, no, they did their jobs. It was so basically. If I was a juror now, I was a little bit thick. You'd think, well, yeah, I mean, it was hard to do it because the wind was bad, so they couldn't really do a proper job of it. So I understand that. So you give them a grace. Well, actually, you need an expert to come in and say, no, there is no grace here. There should be chain of custody. There should have been segregation of witnesses. There is no excuse. There should never been leaf blowers blowing evidence around the place. There should never been any of this stuff happening. It should be, after being done, conducted differently. And this is a sham. No matter what the conditions were, no matter what the snow, the blizzards, the wind, the lack of capabilities, the solar cups, they're a mile away, or 0.6 miles away from the Canton police station. They could have gone and got proper equipment. You do not need to use solo cups and stop and shop bags and stuff like that. You could have just literally gone or asked somebody to come out from Canton PD with all this stuff. Those are things that they're not going to get away. They're not going to get out of the witnesses. This is why Easter was so important, to show why, why was it such a shoddy investigation. And the fact she's denied, what makes me mad is, it's not just the fact that she denied it, she's allowing the Commonwealth to bring in witnesses that have no qualifications. No qualifications. Like a meteorologist can now say that the ground is hard. Like, to me, that's more common sense than knowing about chain of custody and stuff. If I'm a layperson, no shit, Sherlock. No shit that fucking ground's hard in the fucking snow, as in ice and stuff like that. Yeah, I would believe that. Do I know anything about chain of custody? No. What's chain of custody? I have no clue. Obviously, I know what it is, but most people won't know. This is corrupted justice. Corrupted justice strikes it. And I hate all this, corruption, all this, oh, I'm so mad. I can't get my words out. I'm so mad right now. She cannot get a fair trial. Karen cannot get a fair trial. She cannot get a fair trial. And I think, who was it? Was it Peter Tragos that said that he was giving examples of other trials where high-profile cases, and he was like, if this was any of those trials, this would have been dismissed. Any of those judges would have dismissed this case. For him to say that, Peter Tragos, if you don't know, he's straight down the road, middle of the road. He's like, doesn't veer one way or the other. He just gives facts. And I like that. He just gives facts. And he even said himself, if this was Judge Doro or another judge as well, this would be dismissed. But it's not dismissed. It's just disgusting. Do you know what I mean? Disgusting. What she's like, if she could have got rid of Jackson, she would have, but legally she couldn't. If there's so much that she wants, every grey area she gives to the Commonwealth and she denies to the defence. Do you know what I mean? This is ridiculous now. Oh, I'm so mad. And I'm quite level-headed. I always try and give, let's look at both sides. No, she's a corrupt motherfucker. If you can't see that, I'm sorry, but you're blind, or you just don't want to know. This is ridiculous. It's not even biased anymore. It's not, like I always said, it's not corruption. It's bias. It's bias. No, This is now corruption. Okay, hang on. There's another one now. What the fuck's this one? So Judge Bev was also ruled to say spectators and media are prohibited from attempting to provide specific identifying information of jurors or potential jurors to the public using physical descriptions. Like, do you remember last year, Jessica Machado was like, juror number 1 or whatever, bow tie, blah, 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 and all that. They can't do that anymore. They can still say juror number 1, juror number 2, but they can't describe them. Fucking hell. Another one for the Commonwealth. Well done. Hey, Mark, how are you doing, sir? Hey, Conscious Machine. Oh, I don't know what to say. I really don't know. Yeah, I am. I need to calm down. But I can't calm down. This is really pissing me off now. And I'm not. If you know me, you know I don't do dramatics. I don't like dramatics. And this isn't dramatics. I fucking am livid. How can she get a fair trial? How could she get a fair trial? It's maddening to me. Maddening. We see corruption all the time, but you always think, no, she can't, it can't be the case. It can't, it is the case. She will do everything she can to try and get Karen into prison. We just watched fucking Bukaki and all today. Sorry, I'm mixing my words here. I'm thinking in Welsh, speaking English. It's mixing up a little bit. Do you see how many times she denied every objection that the defense made? But every time Lally did it, she was like, sustain. I'll let them have it and stuff like that. With the defense, objection. Oh, no, it's fine. Carry on. The fact that this has never happened in Massachusetts before, so what? Everything happens for the first time. Lawyer No said should give her a case law from everyone. Yeah. Well, he's right, but they shouldn't have to because this is common sense. But yeah, he's right. They're going all in. I miss Bev's excuse for voting him. Yeah, I think it's a him, is it? Or it might be her, sorry. Basically, no one's ever done it in Massachusetts. They've never had a witness like this to corroborate. She's saying the jury should know when an investigation is botched or not. They should know about things like, red solo cups is not right. The defense have got enough opportunity, she said, because they did such a great job in the first trial. They don't need their own expert, she said, because lay people will know that there should be chain of custody in place, and that surely there's not one. They can make their own minds up if it's a bad investigation or not. But sometimes you need somebody to point it out to you, because these lay people, most of them probably don't know. This is a new trial. Yes. They can, but this is the thing. But every witness they want to bring in, they've got to have a voir dire or Dober hearing. Every single witness, the fucking Commonwealth one, oh, let them have it. Let them have it. No need to do a Dober hearing. How can you say to me that Dr. Crosby, no, it's not Crosby, is it? Dr. Russell. How can you say to me Dr. Russell has to do a 2-day Dober hearing, but their expert, who is not an expert, who's just got a PhD with dogs, she said it was a close call with Dr. Russell, but she allowed this perceived expert who has no background in dogs, dog bites or anything, just as a PhD, has never worked with dogs, and is allowed in. No Dober hearing, no nothing. And you've got this world-renowned expert in Dr. Russell, who testified in the first trial, who gave a great account of herself, has written a report, and now has done another Dober hearing for 2 fucking days, and she says it's a close call to put her in as a witness. Very close call. Jeepers! Fuck. If she could deny the ARC guys, she will. She's not going to. She can't. But she's going to limit them. You mark my words, she's going to limit them. Fuck. We know how juries are done. We see it all. I know. We heard from Ronnie. Fuck. What happened didn't know is a defense expert, Easton, who was the FBI expert. Michael Easter, so is a male, yeah. Michael Easter, who is an FBI expert, he's been denied. So they can't deny Victoria. They can't. She can't deny it because she's in Massachusetts. I'm glad every mistake and proof of corruption ensures the right people. Unfortunately, though, we can all see now the corruption. Everybody can see the corruption, but no one's going to do anything about it. Karen's going to have to go to trial, and if Karen's found guilty on any count, she's going to get the maximum. That's the one. No, the one about the evidence and stuff. I hate it so much. So I'm here. I'm starting to cool down a little bit, but I'm so mad. I'm seething. I am fucking seething. It just puts a mockery into. Like, I'd like to think that I'm very level-headed about these things. I try not to buy into that whole rah conspiracy shit. I really try not to. But I'm full 2 feet in now. This is. You cannot tell me this is not corrupt. That Bev is not corrupt. You can't tell me that. How can you let the Commonwealth put in some shitty, shady witnesses and then deny the defense? And how can you also, I'm going off on a rant now, how can you also give the whole defense team, reprimand them all for the wrong reason, I think, about payment to ARCA, which I don't think they should have been reprimanded. And then you got Brennan stood there lying to her on countless occasions, and she's like, I'll let him have it. I'll let him have it. She's got fucking, what do you call it? Lally put in evidence, inverted cameras. She's like, yeah, let him have it. And she doesn't call him out once. Not once. I have not seen a muscular connection. I've not seen it. Maybe we'll pull it up another day. We got about 4 weeks before trial. We got plenty of time before then. There's a lot of stuff I want to cover. Man. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stuff about the clothing and stuff. I am still waiting for stuff to come through. But fuck, I'm just... Right, okay. Oh, calm me tits, 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 calm me tits. Calm me tits, calm me tits, calm me tits, calm me tits. That's an old one. They won't let him. They won't let him. They won't let it. It'd be great, but they won't let him. They think the jury can make up their own minds. The problem is, Conscious, right? The more bullshit she pulls, the more people will learn it's beautiful. FBI has to be listening. Yeah, but unfortunately, they're not stepping up. That's the problem. So what this will do, Karen could get convicted, right, based on all her decisions. If it goes to Supreme Court and stuff, it's going to take years to get to that level. And if the FBI are genuinely listening to all this and seeing all this, they should be. She shouldn't be going to trial. She should not be going to trial. You know, so I'm with all due respect to everybody with the FBI and stuff. Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are the FBI if that's the case? because we're going to trial, people, and like this bullshit's happening. I just don't understand it. This should be. It shouldn't. Maybe should be stepping in now. They shouldn't be waiting or anything like that. It should be stepped in now, because once that jury is impaneled, it's really hard to stop the trial. What happens if she gets a guilty verdict? What happens? She's going to fucking prison. It doesn't matter what the FBI say and do then. It's too late, you know. I'm waiting for you to play. Someone play me. I'll get to it. I'll allow it. Hey Cheryl, how are you doing, my darling? Scary to be involved. It's scary, but did you listen to that Ronnie guy? He even said that he was going to vote guilty at one point, and he changed his mind. It was 8 people that voted guilty for manslaughter. It's fucking scary. Oh, so far you have to work tomorrow. Oh no, Cheryl. Well, I mean, look, it's more, the trial is more important than anything. We'll be live. Catch us here. Higher ups are just letting Bev and the county creeps dig their hole. No jury with Vic Karen. Everyone's just watching them now and all corrupt Easter from out. I don't know, man. I mean, I wish I had that confidence. I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't think we can. I understand what you're saying. I truly do, but I don't trust juries. The problem I got with this, and you know, the only reason I'm pushing back on this is because they could have come in way before now. It's been like, what is it, over 2 years now, and they've not done anything. I'm just like, why? What they're waiting for? No, I get what you're saying. I do get it. I'm sorry. I'm very negative now. I feel really bad. I feel really bad. I just fucking feel really, really bad for Karen right now. I think it's just I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, people. I'm very negative. I'm mad. I don't normally get this mad, but I am mad right now, which is not good. Which is not good. I just don't like the whole game stuff. Like this is Karen's life, you know. It's just tough. It's just tough. Yeah. Oh, Norfolk County, Wicked Side says. Oh, there's still enough people, is there? I thought they might expand it a little bit. Oh, but Norfolk County's big. Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking of dead. Yeah, Norfolk County's big, isn't it? Sorry, yeah, you're probably right. I know. Even that jury didn't find her guilty. The issue was the Bev Street's conviction, whichever they. I know, but I've done enough trials. I hope you're right, but I've done enough trials and seen, like, who watched the Colin Griffith trial with me? Like, I think we all had him guilty. We were just debating whether he's going to be guilty for murder 1 and murder 2, and he's found not guilty. Like, we just never know, do we? So, oh, there you go. Robin G says the same. Sorry, yeah, I don't know the size of it, so sorry. I that's why I left her alone. I didn't touch it, just in case. She's facing life in prison, and they are blocking her right to defend herself. Yes, they are. Exactly this. She would be in prison. No, they say normally it takes a minimum of 5 years for appeal just to even be processed. Stand example, Zachary Anderson. Do you know what I mean? So. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I just don't think that we should be here. That's my main point on this. Look, sorry, people. I am very negative right now. I will shut the fuck up and blame Dana. Dana's brought my mood right down. So, oh, fuck. It's just scary, man. Look at Zach's still in prison 2 years later and his appeal has not even been filed yet. Yep. You're looking at a minimum of probably 5 years before an appeal can be filed. Okay. I wish I had your yeah, you know, I wish I could think as positively. I really do. I really do. It's just that I don't. Yeah, anyway, yeah. I hope you're right. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, I didn't think. No, I was probably thinking just dead. My bad. It says it takes 10 weeks to get enough people on the as in to get a range of jurors to come in. I think the first day is 350 people. I think first day. I'm not sure how many other people for all the other days. Norfolk County here. There you go. There you go. When I get pissed off, I do a huge project like pulling carpet. Yeah, you do. You do. You've done a great job as well. I know you did a great job of that, Lisa Reed. Love it. Love Lisa Reed. I agree that we have seen far too many juries not do the right thing. Yes. And again, I go back to Colin Griffith, the one guy that we all were like 100% guilty. He got fucking not guilty. Sorry, Cheryl S. What is Cheryl S? Oh no. Right, I'll put this back on. I think my main thing on it is this, right? It's not the jury. It's just I don't think that she should have a trial. It should be dismissed. That's why I think I'm mad. I don't always have faith in court system, but it's just impossible for legitimate jurors to convict. Absolutely impossible, and jurors can't be corrupt again. They allowed one liar in. Yeah, this is scary to think if they're going to allow more liars in, you know. So how did they do it the last time, you know? So it's maddening, maddening. I agree, Cheryl. Right. Let's put the trial back on. We got Bukkake today, and we'll have Bukkake again tomorrow. Thank you, Lisa, as well, for letting us know that I was out. So I'm free. The buffer zone they're doing everything. Let's face it, evidence tampering alone dismissed. Yes. Same here. Yes. I hope you're right, Conscious Machine. I hope you're right, Conscious Machine. I really do. They will get what they want. Fanning is picking. He should not be anywhere near it. Yeah. I mean, they better not be a mole this time, because as you know, if you watched the trial with me last time, we knew the verdict before it even came out, because the key family knew they had a plant. Right, where's this gone? Right, I got spaghetti bolognese I need to fucking get. Right, we're back with this one now then. And as a reminder for people just coming in, we're going live tomorrow down at the buffer zone with Resist the Silence. And we'll be showing day 21, which is all Bukkake again. So here we go. Right, I'm going to get my dinner. Oh shit, wrong one. Here we go. I hope so, Conscious. I love your enthusiasm. I really do. Right, here we go then.
And father, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm just going to be the witness again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right tail light, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the tail light.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Move to strike to later.
Okay.
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveways and all?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Hewitt, if I got a second of those two videos. If you could pause there, please. Again, Sergeant Mechanic, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Gentlemen, if you could play for me. Pause right there.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
I just asked her to pause right there.
Yeah, you really have to keep your voice up.
Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, is significance do you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow truck?
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that tail light.
If you could, using that laser pointing out before you just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this through. Ms. Gilman, you can take that thing. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sallyport located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sallyport, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sallyport garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What I'm showing you with this, just have to look at that, look up in the finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
They have just a moment, Council.
Okay.
Mike. Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, we publish that video to your time.
Okay.
And just for reference points,
I'm so mad, I put cheese on my spaghetti bolognese. I never have cheese on my spaghetti bolognese, but I did tonight because I'm so mad.
with regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with the Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sallyport garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot, that is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom, or the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the sallyport is located.
Thank you, Ms. Yeoman, if you could. Pause there, Ms. Yeoman. Now, as far as what's depicted in this still shot in this video, Sergeant, what if anything, do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind, as we did the entire way from Dayton all the way to Canton.
Ms. Yeoman, if you could play that to the end. Thank you. Now, as far as the interior of the sallyport garage,
Put the lights, thank you.
as far as the interior sallyport of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the sallyport with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing, and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the sallyport garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that until we finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about proceed to introduce in minutes the next exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dayton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dayton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as being?
That is the sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton cruiser on the bottom of the screen, and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, defendant vehicle, is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or to the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
And this gentleman, if you could, stop with me.
You want to make me approach briefly?
Okay, could you? You a 10-minute break now, and then we'll go straight through to a 4 o'clock. And if anybody needs a break,
All rise for the court, please.
yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If you please the court, yes. May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you. Is that the end of it, Mr. Lally? Or
I believe so, yes.
is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay. All right. Lights on, please, Dave. Thank you. All right. So I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion eliminate trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Sergeant, we're going to start up again with the video.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where it was paused, which was 5:35:36.
Okay?
If you could pause right there. And Sergeant, as far as the condition of the vehicle as you observe it in this sort of pause still shot of the video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the condition as far as the snow or ice or anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
Just tell me if you could play from there. If you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's almost falling in video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe Trooper Proctor.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself then.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the sallyport garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
I think Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here. I want to keep it positive there just a moment. Dr. Buchanan, from what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Chief Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Is no one think of this place at the end, please? You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34,
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport's garage camera.
Okay.
And I'm showing what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. And I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, did you note or observe?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
As far as the snow and caked on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And I'm just going to, if you could again, I'm sorry, just wait through to 8:10:26. Thank you, Ms. Gunn. And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Buchanan, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at One Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Of course, it's that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case.
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within your unit. How is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was the case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the Ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen and paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
I did.
Now, with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially, when in the manner in which they were provided, as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Objection.
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of this, the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the court this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
And if you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, With reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Please tell me if you could press play on that. Tell me if you could pause it. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, were you able to identify the operator of the vehicle, the black SUV?
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And in this moment, if you could play. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, you're also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you can just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video in the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119.
Yes, you do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could correct. Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed, are we able to recognize the operator's vehicle?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
This the timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play through for that. Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defense vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Please come in if you could press it. And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same Exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
As the defendant's brother.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6, video 171. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the CF McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to CF McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
These to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up, take to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as exhibit 456.
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom towards the rear of the vehicle. And moment, George.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the area of the rear passenger side tail light that you were describing damaging. Thank you, sir.
That right there should be not guilty. That should be enough for not guilty. Look at it. It's fucking covered in red. And he pointed, and which part is missing? And he went, oh, that part. Oh shit, hang on. Let me do it again. He was like, oh yeah, that part. So there's not fucking 40 odd pieces missing, you mofos. That's the only piece missing. Like, fucking hell. How can they not see this? Fucking prick.
Just come in, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, you can have the link back up. Thank you, sir. So, Sergeant Mechanic, if I could take you again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to CF McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the CF McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes,
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
thank you,
It's 461 and 460.
thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask those to be published to the jury at this point.
Okay,
And Sergeant Kennedy, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed is still shot from CF McCarthy's screen.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray, light, two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot is going to. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at CF McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar needing to be adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. With reference to the CF McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
okay,
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment, I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress to the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to CF McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camarano.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that till about 8:20. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50, from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that till about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camarano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camarano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camarano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to sort of what time was.
During video surveillance extraction, we verify the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are time-stamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, CF McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes. You just pause there briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area, the bar, the area, come around, Mr. Roberts, who, anyone else you recognize in that area at this time?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could, please come and play that too. Now, Ms. Kelman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even into the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so, to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds. And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video. If you could play that for about the next minute or so, to about 38 minutes. Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4, and ask you to go about 50 seconds into into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So this would now be the fourth drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, within the same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
in this portion of the video. The two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot-sized beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in. And just wait for the next 10, 20 seconds or so. So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within, for the time frame, I'm sorry. Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to C.F. McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walked out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Thank you, sir. John, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, I'm sorry. Let me finish.
To be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do you, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
On the Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Sustained.
Here, McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022.
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a... May I approach him?
Yes.
Call up the to introduce in the minutes and next exhibit. And Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's Vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Camden?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 4 photographs of still shots. If you can review those and look up when you're finished. And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that these be published for the jury.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could just have the first one. My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first one from the interior. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now the mark as exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this second film. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observe Mr. O'Keefe holding as he's exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the exterior, just the second one, please. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as exhibit 467?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this step.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Exhibit 4.
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
What, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds. You could click on. I could ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe occur there?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
So from the same channel 3, Mr. Gilman, if I could have from the 4th video down. If I could ask you to go 11:39 in 40 seconds. Pause there, thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Mr. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you could direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video, the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that then. And Mr. Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready?
Well, we're fucking ready to end for the day, that's for fucking sure. Jeepers, Lily. Right. Before I forget, if we will do, I should have done this at the start of the stream, I totally forgot, so apologies. For those of you know, you might have heard of Christy the Crone, just Christy the Crone. She pops in now and again. She suffers from Crohn's disease. So for those of you who will be in Boston, she's the one that's taking us around Salem. She's from Salem, wants us to take us around all the witches and stuff like that, the tour. Unfortunately, yesterday she lost her husband. Her husband died. So I just wanted to take a moment to remember him. I know, obviously, she's very upset, as you would imagine. That's stupid of me to even say that. So I just want to do a quick moment of silence for her. She's in our minds, she's in our thoughts. Please send her lots of prayers. I'm thinking of her. So we'll do a quick moment of silence for her. There you go. So that's for Christy. So I'll say she does come in, and she, you know, obviously she does suffer from Crohn's, and yeah, we are here for you, Christy. If she does watch on replay a lot as well. So yeah, so please send your prayers to Christy and the family. Right, so there's that. So Bukkake, we'll play the rest of Bukkake, well, not the rest of it. We'll play Bukkake again tomorrow. We'll go live at, I think, 8 o'clock in the morning. Then we will go and play the rest of Bukkake. I think Proctor's on Wednesday, I think. He comes on board on Wednesday, so we'll watch that. So we'll watch this every day now until we reach the end of it. So yeah, Bukaki's back on tomorrow. James, if you want to miss tomorrow, you might want to miss tomorrow. Bukaki's on all day, I think. So a lot of it's a good refresher, but it is like, you know, it is a lot. For those that we didn't cover it either earlier on, Bev has also ruled on Karen, and that little, you know, they wanted her to have like a little headpiece, like most courts do have. But she denied it. Obviously, she said if she wants to come to cyber, as in for jury selection, she could just stand there with the lawyers. Yeah, and EJ gets to question him. Yes. Thank you very much, Deb. For those that don't know, I'm hopefully getting my sleep apnea machine tomorrow, so I will be there. Should be back in time. If not, I've got provisions in place to make sure that the stream starts at 8, and we're doing a joint stream with Resistant to Silence, remember? So, and don't worry, it's not Dana. It's a beautiful Tracy it is. So, you know, you're in for a delight. I'm sure Eric and everybody's jumping as well. So, yeah, I know, James. Woohoo, Robin G. So yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Be a not bad day, first day of court, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hope everyone has a wonderful, wonderful evening. I've ranted all day today, so I can't rant anymore. I'm done ranting on that motherfucker Bev. So I'm not gonna waste any more breath on her. So we shall see some of you, if not most of you, tomorrow morning. And we'll see, well, Josie, we'll see you in the afternoon. Too early for Josie. Josie's still in bed, sleeping, dreaming. So enjoy yourselves wherever you do tonight or wherever you watch. I'm sure there'll be lots of streams on about Bev's decisions today. There'll be shit tons of stuff on tonight. So enjoy yourselves. I know that young jerks are going my bed drawn tonight. I don't know what else is going on. I know the lawyer, you know, went live earlier on today. I think Brother Council's going, well, you know the score. Go watch whoever the fuck you want to watch. I mean, there's plenty of people. So, right, everyone, love you all, and I shall see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.